shooting my live stream goo all over the internet, and we're gonna see what happens. Also, I realized I forgot the PNG. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. As you can see, I'm as prepared as ever. You can also see that I'm wearing you know, the like this hat. Uh, Mostly because I just got out of the shower and my hair looks fucking terrible. So we're gonna cover it up with a hat. I was thinking about wearing the old smoking hat, but my hair isn't blonde, so I really can't pull off, uh, Kisuke. Where did this come from? Okay, the iHome just spawned out of nowhere. Right, we're looking for a PNG. Looking for a PNG. I am kind of um. What do you mean there's no 4-pack? What do you mean it's $25? What do you mean? Alright, alright, alright. Stop complaining. We're gonna find a PNG of the cigar. This is just not gonna be easy, is it? You're just not gonna make it easy at all. Oh, oh no. Hmm. Uh, is this going to help us? Oh, that's really, really small. Uh, how about this? It's best stocking stuffers for under $25. What? I don't think these are under $25 anymore. Hmm. Wait, I have an idea. Let's go to this. Yeah. Oh, there we go. There's a better PNG. Open image. Open image. Yeah, that's a. That'll be it. This will be a decent. This is a JPEG. Okay. This will be decent. This will be decent. All right, we need paint for this one. Okay. All right. Clip and clip and this is going to be kind of hard to see. Clip and clip. Ooh, there we go. Okay, there we go. Now we have saved it as a PNG, so now we just have to put the PNG on to Streamlabs, and it's fucking tiny. All right, we're just gonna make it work. So yes, everyone, welcome back. Now that I've gotten everything situated, I just need to ramble for like 10 minutes, and then we can start smoking. But welcome back, everyone. It's me, the guy who wears a robe. It seems to be like the consistent thing here, other than the smoking, is that I wear this robe. You know, it's been a rough week. It's been a really rough week. We had Easter weekend, which means that for like 4 days straight, I got raped at work. It was awesome. It was not awesome. Oh, but there were some good things that came out of it. I managed to add $25 to the chest full of loot and treasure. I also got a new knife as tithe from one of the boys who works at Taco Bell. So that's pretty awesome. It does. I mean, the knife does need a little bit of TLC, but I mean, it's real easy TLC. Also, I can sharpen the other side and go stab people with it. It's gonna be that's gonna be awesome. That's gonna be great. That's gonna be fantastic. You know, On top of that, I guess I'm getting a schedule change soon. My days off will be shifting to uh, Tuesday, Wednesday, as opposed to Monday, Tuesday, which is fine. I can tolerate working on a Monday. You take away the Wednesday with the horrible church people and put in Monday, which is, not that busy. I can deal with that. I can deal with that. I can deal with that easily. That's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. You know, uh, more bad news is, I tried playing some Forged Supreme Commander Forged Alliance, and I feel like I'm suddenly disabled. It's probably from playing all the Supreme Commander 2. I just can't do early game power. I want to rush out units so fast that I stall hard because I don't have any power. I'm laughing. I'm laughing because I can't force myself to cry. But it's just like, fuck, dude. You know, I've been playing so much Supreme Commander 2 as of late that I just can't do early game power. And I opened up, I opened up stuff just in case I get a message. Just in case I get a message, because god damn it, I want to get those other boys into FA so that way they can understand why we say it's so good. Also, why they'll understand why Aiden and I like trash SC2's Aeon so bad. It's like, yeah, Aeon in Supreme Commander 2 fucking sucks. And they just think they just think that we're slandering Aeon. We didn't do that. Gas Powered Games is the one that slandered Aeon by, well, Gas Powered Games did not slander Aeon. Gas Powered Games lobotomized Aeon. I did manage to fix the dark fluid. But Gas Powered Games lobotomized Aeon, turned them from a legitimate threat to an unfunny joke. And I wish I was, having a bit of a hee hee about that. That's real. I mean, the guys at, formerly GPG might not say that they lobotomized the entire faction, but they lobotomized the entire faction. You know, they basically just scooped out the whole front half of the brain. Yeah, every single faction underwent a kind of dumbing down and whatnot, but Aeon just got the worst of it. They took away their navy, took away their whole navy. There's like, hover tanks are sufficient. Oh yeah, no, Aeon doesn't need a navy. The hover tanks will fucking work. Excuse me? GPG, in what are you gonna give the hover tanks like navy range? Because even if you do that, navy weapons are going to hit those tanks like trucks. And I mean, yeah, hitting a tank with a truck doesn't sound like it's all that threatening or intimidating. And then you remember that the hover tanks are probably about the size of minivans. Then again, I guess I could be totally wrong about that. Let's change the metaphor. Let's change this up a little bit, just to not look like a complete idiot. Um, yeah, it doesn't sound like it doesn't. Hitting a tank with a truck doesn't sound like it's much of a problem until you actually look at the projectiles that those long range naval guns fire and realize that it's more than one projectile fired at a time. You're not hitting a tank with a single truck. You're hitting a tank with like 5 trucks at once. From a distance to where the tank cannot shoot back at the thing launching the trucks at it. This got stupid. This got really stupid. I don't. This got really fucking stupid. Also, I'm just gonna untruncate everything. This got really fucking stupid. But yeah, I feel like I've acquired, disability. I just need to remember how to do fucking uh early game power. And then once I've got early game power again, everything will be fine. Probably just need to get my ass kicked like 11 billion times in uh uh yeah, I just need to get my ass beat like 11 billion times in uh just some online games, and that'll help me figure out like, oh yeah, this is how you do Early game power. Okay, something is wrong here. Something is wrong with my UI. There it is. There it is. Okay. Oh, that's what it is. All right. Anyway, but yeah, so I wonder what's going on in Helldivers. Because I haven't been checking in with Helldivers because I've been working. I've been getting raped for 4 days. So, yeah. Oh, we're gonna win in 6 days? That's awesome. That's great. How long do we have on this MO? Okay. Okay. Okay, this is a problem. This is a problem. This is a big fucking problem. All right, so we're going to lose this MO. That's awesome. That's great. Then again, I didn't really contribute much, so why do I care? Hmm. I really need to edit those. I really need to edit down edit the videos from the finish editing the videos from the Supreme Commander 2 tournament, so that way the boys won't, kill me for it. Honestly, surprised that none of them have been coming after me about it. Also, I need to double check when our next tabletop session is. Oh, oh, oh. Okay. Well, um, not to sound disappointed, but this campaign's taking too long. This campaign's taking too long. Uh, uh, yeah, the campaign's taking too long. It should have been based on what Aiden described to me that he wrote originally. It seems like this would be it should have been much shorter. And you know, we were supposed to have started the Skitarii campaign in January, or at the latest February. It's mid-April now. Hmm. I wonder. I wonder what could have possibly happened. Uh, I don't know. Anyway, let's just get to smoking because fuck. I kind of want to play more, you know, RTS games. However, I don't think I can. I could probably like do campaign missions while smoking. To try and like relearn how to relearn. I touched the thingy with my hand. To probably relearn how to do early game power and not be, not, show the world that no, I in fact have not acquired a disability from playing too much Supreme Commander 2. Do I have any other RTS games in my library? Because that's kind of what I crave right now. How do I sort this by genre? We're just gonna go to the store page and we're just gonna go RTS real-time strategy. Oh, the original Dawn of War. Oh, okay. What is this? Okay. Anyway. Oh yeah, I forgot Gemcraft counts as uh I forgot that Gemcraft counts as RTS. Even though it's a tower defense game. Okay, so how do we do this? How do I do this? Real-time strategy. City builder? Uh, what is this? Okay. I don't know. I have a strong craving for, RTS, and I desire it. Also, hold on a second. This looks great. Anyway, I forgot that the video thing was on. Also, the snowbreak is still down. I miss my wives' tales, all 8 of them. As you can tell, I'm still a little bit depressed about that. Uh, anyway. Hmm. I could play some more FAF. Try to do that Seraphim campaign. Hmm. Yes, possibly. I don't know. We cut and late though. We gotta cut and late though, and then I'll think about stuff, and then we'll figure out what we're doing. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh. Okay. See the bad part of this cut was all on me, because I hesitated halfway through. I could play Honey Pop. Thinking, oh, games I could play one-handed. I was like, I'm not gonna play Yu-Gi-Oh again. Not right now. They put up a thing where it's like, hey guys, here's a hero pack and also a badly localized pack. And I was like, okay, cool, skip. I don't really do synchro. I don't have a problem with synchro anymore, but I'm not going to play I'm not going to play the incorrectly localized deck. And they're trying to get me into like hero shit. It's like I'm not a fucking loser, so no thanks. Like, there are times where it's really, really good that, I'm a nobody because I can say shit like that and get away with it. You know? Like, oh, I can stare down an entire board of, I could stare down an entire hero board and be like Raigeki. And then, if they thwart that, it's just like, all right, cool, lightning vortex. And then bada bing, bada boom, I win. Or demise, the king of Armageddon. Yeah, I can, I know how to get away with getting a ritual card out, on a hero board. I do need to get my ritual deck running though, and I think I know how. It's using some cards that came out not too long ago. That, and also once we get like the third demise card, then that might actually just stimulate the whole thing to where I can chop out a lot of bits and get to work. Okay, so we're smoking the Apex that Good Cigar puts out. That is a terrible image. Um, so we're doing that. I have had this cigar for a few years. Just waiting for the perfect opportunity to smoke it. Um, the idea is that we're going to smoke it. All right, you know what? Hold on. Let me. All right. So now I'm navigating to their website, and then I'm going to tell you all a story. So back in the day when I first started smoking, I got my cigars from Good Cigar. And then I they really kind of like dropped the ball in terms of delivering my subscription, and also the quality of said subscription had fallen substantially. So I switched to CI. I couldn't really taste the like flavor notes and stuff back in the day. However, it's been a few years. So we're going to try this again, and I do need to enhance so that way I can. Yeah, I can't read what's actually on there. All right. So we're gonna try and find some flavor notes on here and see if we can. Wait a minute. Is it gonna be the picture with the woman where I'm gonna be able to read this the best? Nope. Yes. Let's see. Mild. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna see if we can find something. We're gonna see just how much we can taste off of this now that it's been a few years. Um, Also, I'm not gonna buy more of these because this $20. It's $25 for two. I mean, I guess you also get a cutter and the packet with and a little box of matches with every bag. But it's just stupid and expensive. It has no right to be. So we're going to see how much we taste here. Like I'm gonna do an actual cigar review on stream, and shit, I'm gonna have to edit that, but it's fine. So, you know what? Since we're going to do a proper cigar review, let's start off with the construction of the cigar itself, which it doesn't look like it. Yeah, it doesn't have any flaws. You know, even after sitting in my humidor for years and undergoing various temperature and humidity shifts. So, in terms of construction, it looks good. Now, in terms of, we actually have to do a cold draw. The cut being a little raggedy is on me, so I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna fault the cigar for that. We must now do a cold draw to see if we can taste anything, and also to test the, amount of resistance in the cigar. Okay, so I think it has an appropriate amount of resistance, not too much, not too little. Um, that's a little much, just a little bit, but that's fine. That's fine. It's not terrible. As for any kind of flavor on the cold draw, it's just tobacco, so I didn't really get much off of it. Take a sip of the dark fluid before we move to ignition. So this is supposed to be a mild smoke. It's the mildest thing in the Good Cigar catalog. Their giant catalog of three blends that are probably, that I imagine are not terribly unique and probably ripped from somewhere else. You know. But we go to ignition. All right. Here we go. All right. So on light up, we got on light up we got a fair helping of spice. Yeah, that's definitely spice. As opposed to pepper. And the difference is pepper usually comes on a lot stronger, and at least for me, doesn't stick to the palate. So I kind of did that motion. That was me just like tasting the spice still on the palate. Mm, yeah, that spice, like for me at least, spice sticks to the palate, especially to the back of the throat. Ugh. So on lineup, that's what we've got, which isn't bad. I'm not gonna, you know, I'm not gonna, even though I don't really like Good Cigar because I think their products are overpriced and they kind of, chat on us with with some quality errors that didn't get quite resolved. Um, the light up flavor on this smoke is not bad. Now, is it worth 12.50? Up to 12.50? Not by itself, but hey, we'll see what happens with the rest of the smoke. Yeah, you know. Yeah. So as we kind of like burn a little bit more, and leave initial light up, the spice stays. That's something. The spice stays, but it's kind of accompanied by an earthiness, which again, not bad. I'm not complaining. Uh, the spice kind of serves as, to use a perfume term, a kind of a top note, while the earthiness is more secondary. However, the earthiness also serves to balance out just the bite of the spice, especially on the back of the throat. Um, which I like that. I like that a lot. So, that's good. That's it's also, despite the fact that, we're getting a lot of spice here, it is pretty smooth. So there's that. Hmm. And the flavor sticks around. You know, a lot of cigars that I've smoked, at least, the flavor does not linger. The flavor lingers for, 5 to 10 seconds, and kind of one of the reasons why I'm waiting. I'm drawing a lot. I realize, this is not the normal stream smoking rhythm. I understand that. Um, but part of the reason why I just kind of pause is just because the flavor is still stuck to the inside of my mouth, and it's potent. That's another thing. This is potent flavor. Uh, maybe it's a result of me finally aging this thing for 2 years, and by finally I mean just kind of letting it roll around in the bottom of the glass top for years. It's about 5 years at this point, right? I think so. I'm gonna have to count how many Sereno A coffins I've got. That'll tell me how many years I've been smoking. Which actually, Aiden, I know you're gonna listen to this later. We missed a year. We missed a year with the Sereno A's, so we have to smoke two this year. So that'll be like $40 for two of those, I think. That sounds about right. I don't know. I do need to do like a, I do. I think I think it'd be a fun stream for me and Aiden just sit somewhere and do our thing that we do, and but also talk about like the cigar. Like, okay, what are you getting off of this? How does this 9-inch cigar make you feel? You know, and she says it's in, so since it's in, oh, 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 okay, there we go. Match is a little flimsy. I also almost lit my hand on fire. Anyway, also since it's been so many years, we're not gonna get sick and die. I just gotta touch this up because I didn't like this that well in the beginning. One thing I will notice about the burn is it's really slow. It's a slow burn, which means that if you compare a slow burn to a faster burn, that means that this cigar is going to last longer than other cigars of similar size that burn faster, which it is obvious when I say it out loud like that. Um, but that's just what that means. That's just what that is. Um, and so that's good too. You want a slow burn because then you get more smoke for smoke, as it were. That was dumb. That was dumb. I shouldn't have. Whatever. You understand what I'm saying though. Okay, we're about a quarter inch in, and the spice has departed. The spice has departed, and we're just, for the most part, it's departed, and we're kind of left with this earthiness, which isn't, I mean, which I know I've kind of ragged on Earth in the past, especially when me and Aiden will light one up and it's like, oh, Earth again. But after years of smoking, it's just a common flavor. It's just a common flavor for cigars. So, I've kind of, my palate has kind of, developed to kind of get used to it. Like, okay, yeah, this is fine. And there's even some cigars that are really, really earthy that I really, excuse me, that I really, really like. Like the CAO Brasilia. I like that one. it's really earthy, and I like that about it. It's and so you might be going, oh, geez, what do you mean? You like the taste of earth? What does that even taste like? It's one of those things where when you taste it, you know. Like for anybody out there who smokes on that Mary Jane, uh, you know what I'm talking about when I say earth. All right, it's not exactly the same, but for the weed smokers out there, you know what I'm talking about. If you've had earthy weed, you know what I'm talking about when I say, oh, the cigar is earthy. You know, this reminds me of this. Speaking of weed, reminds me Aiden and I one time on a good cigar like subscription that they bundle that they sent us. We got these green cigars. They were called the iguana. They were super weird. They were really really weird tasting, and honestly, I would not be opposed to getting some more of those and trying them again now that it's been a couple years, just to see, okay, what exactly, we couldn't exactly taste that well through stuff, and we've also got more we have more smoking experience, so we'd be able to sit there and think about it and go, okay, actually this is X, Y, and Z or whatever. It's like, oh wait, this is actually blank. I don't remember what it tasted like. I just remember that it was weird. It was also green, which was also weird. I mean, it was cool. You know, the iguana. It was cool. I guess it was odd. It wasn't cool. It was weird. It was weird. But say la vie, I guess. I'm honestly surprised Bread Boy's online and he hasn't messaged me saying, "Oh, you want to play some subcom?" It's like, dude, download Forged Alliance. It's in the family library. Download it. Download it and play it, please, please, dude. Like, this is what real war is like. This is what real RTS warfare is like. That and FA is just slower. The games last longer generally, so you can then subcom 2, so you can you know actually have better strategy, or you can have a more diverse array of strategy. Also you have to think about like army composition and stuff, or you just don't, like I do most of the time. If I sit down and I kind of like get serious, army composition is something that I think about and I attune my factories towards. But other times it's like I don't give a fuck. I thought I felt another burp. And it's bubbling. Oh yeah, this is a slow burner. I like that. I like that. So now that we've kind of burned past, the first quarter inch almost, we've kind of burned into the first quarter inch. Yeah, that spice has switched the earth for which one is in the front seat and which one's in the back seat, as it were. Uh, the spice is much less pronounced. It's still there, obviously. I can still kind of I feel it more than I taste it. Uh, but yeah, that's not bad. Still nice and smooth. Um, and I thought that the resistance was going to be a problem, just because it was a little bit more than I like. But now that I've actually gotten this going, it seems to have sorted itself out. So maybe it was just some really densely packed tobacco close to the tip. Um, but it's fine now. So we'll continue to smoke, and once we get down to the second third, I'll kind of if I notice a change in flavor, I will comment on a change in flavor. In the meantime, I need to look at Steam to see what kind of game we're going to play. Or we could just play more Gemcraft Labyrinth, because that's what I like. Fuck it, we're gonna play more Gemcraft Labyrinth. I gotta get Flash going. Flash 29. Uh, this one? Hey, I think I got it. I think I got it first try. Yes, I did. and you can hear armor games going off. Also, it has come to my attention via the boys that it has come to my attention that putting the smoke on the game is not good. It blocks some of the game, which I realized, but I didn't realize it was that obnoxious. So we're going to not do that anymore, and we're just going to have the smoke on the face cam, the full face cam instead of on the screen. So now you can see everything. Or Wizard level 23. But continuing our fair Gemcraft Labyrinth thing, we're just gonna do this, and I'm going to not be greedy this time. I'm going to not be greedy, and yeah, we're gonna do. Wait, yeah, I want more replenish, and we're gonna get some focus. Fuck it, give me readiness too. I don't care. All right, what are we dealing with here? Mana Oh, I thought the orb was going to be right here. Oh, shit. Okay. Oh, we need to think through this one. Okay, so obviously this... No. No, so we need to direct the monsters. We're going to put a tower here, and a wall, and a wall, and we kind of just want them to go this way. And I don't think, well, just I know they're going to try, so yes. Yeah. Okay, chain hit and shock. Okay. Alright, I gotta use my keyboard shortcuts. And okay. Now we're gonna let it go. And then we are gonna have to deal with this. Okay. And that's gonna be like 500. Yes. So chain hit and shock is going to be extremely useful. I realized why I was so unsuccessfully greedy in the last the last time I played this. It was because I'm used to playing Chasing Shadows, which is just so like crack infused that I just kind of, yeah, I just kind of, yeah. So we're gonna get rid of this stuff. Yeah, we're just gonna get rid of these, and kind of just go from there. We'll get a little greedy, but these chain hit gems are going to help a lot. Oh. And we're gonna pillage these mana shards for the mana. I can click on stuff to target. Okay, that's still... Thank you, Peter, for including that in this game. Yeah, we're gonna have 2 gems. Yeah. Oh, it's M for mana. It's M for the mana pool. Which, that's another thing, is that doesn't automatically do that like it does in Chasing Shadows. I really need to play Chasing Shadows on stream. That'll be cool. Also, traps really aren't that useful here, just because, oh, something actually survived a hit. You can't like target the mana shards with the mouse like you can in Chasing Shadows. I feel like I'm saying that a lot. Also, I really need to change the stream over, don't I? I'm gonna let my guard down and do that. Gaming, Gemcraft. There we go. There we go. Alright, so these things are gonna cost like 4K now. Let's get a little greedy here and call some extra waves. Fuck it. But you know, I do want to actually like keep up smoking while playing this game instead of having to relight it a Brazilian times like I did in the past. Let's call some more. Ooh. Oh, big damage. Fuck. God damn it, my mouse keeps drifting. There we go. I like it when the enemies die. Yeah, this game is supposed to be much slower than Chasing Shadows. You can play it fast, but, you know, we saw what happened last stream when I played too fast. So, bit. To, like, position the mouse. I have to stretch my arm. I have to, like, I have to extend my arm a little bit. Yeah, let's just call the rest. And extend mana pool by a lot. We have chain hit, it's fine. Okay, it's like 85. Ooh. Oh, armor level 10. Ooh. Alright, let's just do some quick... Oh, there we go. 16! Ooh, 1.5 mana, that was good. I do enjoy 1.5 mana. Ah, reach 8,000 mana in any battle. Neato. Oh, new skills available, yeah, baby. Alright, let's go here. Alright, what do we got? Multiple damage. Okay. Yeah, let's just pump that up. Oh, yeah. Multiple damage mastery. Okay, we have amps in this level. Okay, so how do we want to funnel them? And then... yes. Yes. Let's try this. Come on. There we go. That, oh yeah, chain hit and multiple damage. Oh yeah, we're gonna cover this. It's gonna be awesome. And of course, I can slow down the game anytime I want. Let's put another amp down just because I'm a fucking bastard masochist. We could put 3 amps right here, another amp right there. If I wanted to. Oh, fuck, 640? Jesus. Maybe not. be just a little greedy. Just a little greedy. I don't think having spare skill points gives you extra mana like it does in Chasing Shadows. Oh, look at that. It's Chasing Shadows. Me mentioning Chasing Shadows again. Everybody take a shot. Cheesy mentioned Chasing Shadows again. Oh yeah, this is just a damage steroid, isn't it? We'll keep the amp gems 2 levels behind. So that way, we're not getting too crazy with anything. Let's get some fucking scuttlers going. Oop, put in some banishment. Ah, okay. Alright. That was a little costly, but it's fine. What's this going up to? 880. Sheesh. Alright, alright. Still mostly one-shotting. Okay. Okay. Oh yeah, that range is so nice. Let's get some swarmlings in here just to stimulate the gameplay. Oh yeah. More. Honestly. Let's call a few more waves. Famous last words. Yeah, let's just call the rest. Fuck it. Fuck it. Oh, there we go. That's good stuff. Great. Grade 6 or greater. Yep. Yes. Hmm. They have like dual gem. Oh, here we go. Oh, okay. Only can do one of those. All right. Ah. All right. All right. Let's dump a few into Forge, some more into Focus. Okay. Shock and Slow. Yeah. So see, I've learned from my mistakes a little bit that by um, oh yeah, grade 4. That'll work. Hopefully we'll get enough range to destroy that nest. If I had the, where is it, the mana leeching, Here it is. Yeah. If I could do that, I could just farm these monsters for mana. Let's build a bunch of traps and do that. Eat, eat, eat. Okay, that worried me a little bit. Well, I think we hit like 11 mana. So we'll destroy the monster nest, which will help us out immensely. Okay. Monster nest down. Hell yeah. Hmm. Could build like an amp rig right here if I. Oh, there we go. Just had to hit the button again, moron. I did hit the mana button once. Ah, yeah, those lowering costs are always good. The numbers are always changing, though, which doesn't help with me memorizing them. There we go, grade 6. That's what we need. We got the scuttlers coming. There we go. There we go. There we go. You just hold on. We hold. Hold. Cool. And we'll call in the rest of the waves. Oh, there we go. Take pot shots. There we go. So, you know, we'll put it right there. Put it right there. That'll be good. Good stuff. I've learned. The levels are going a lot slower, but I've learned. I wonder if it would now be worth it to invest a little bit, a few points into, um, what is this? Ritual. Oh, I see. So every time you do it, it decreases. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Do we have like a number? Oh, wait. I was hovering over it. Amulets. So we have 288 total amulets. Okay, which, divide that roughly by 25-ish. Um, that's, um, you know, yeah. So, yeah, let's dump some points into ritual. Let's chain hit master. We'll just, actually, no, we'll put 3 points into chain hit mastery. Oh, oh, hello, hello, hello. That is a lot of mana that we can't afford to pass up. Oh, yes. Okay. And I know what it wants, a slowing gem right here. It wants this. Right. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. The ants are even working on the trap gem, which is quite nice. Alright, we've depleted a mana shard. Let's just call a couple of waves. You know. Ah, so that does benefit. Okay. Stronger specials. I think we should dupe these and put them in these towers. Giants are tough. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we're tearing through them. Boom. Easy shit. Easy shit. 5,000 swarm monsters. There we go. Reach 100 wave speed. Hmm. Poison. Oh, there we go. Honestly, see, poison damage. Yeah, no, dual gem mastery is definitely more important than any one of the single masteries, at least at this level. Oh, oh, I see. I see what's going on here. Yes, yes, that's Alright, I see. I see what you're doing. And we go. So let's see, about 200. Honestly, we'll put a. Oh yeah, that'll be nice. A little bit of little bit of thinning. Honestly, though, I could rig up, 2 or 3 of these. Yeah, those swarmlings don't stand a fucking chance. Oh yeah, just take away. Oh yeah, we're good. We're doing great. It's a lot slower, but we're doing good work. It's poison. Those level 1 poison gems are still doing work. There we go. Level 2 poison gems. Oh yeah, those swarmlings are really just do not stand a chance with the poison. Oh yeah. Hit the mana button. Hit the mana button again. Back to Gemcraft. Yeah, I learned from my mistakes last time, and we're taking things a little bit slower. Figured I'd play some Labyrinth, since I can't RTS with one hand. Well, they're coming. But I figured, hey, this is an RTS that I can mostly one hand, so yeah, we'll just play some Gemcraft. Fuck it, why not? You know, I love it. I love Gemcraft Labyrinth. It's my favorite one. It also happens to be the first one that I played, so I'm really nostalgic for it. You know, but it's if Peter remade Labyrinth with chasing with the mechanic with the speed and some of the other mechanics of chasing shadows, I think that this would be the perfect Gemcraft game. You know, where it's just a shit ton of levels. You know, there's a bunch of stuff to do. You know, like for example, 3 times speed on this would be just amazing. You know, it would definitely be the best Gemcraft game. You know, but I don't think Peter is interested in remaking some of it, his previous games. So, and that's fine. That's fine. That just means that we can speculate and think about stuff. Hell, Frostborn Wrath might be kind of labyrinth-like. I don't know. Actually, I think I've seen gameplay of it. It's more like chasing shadows, which makes sense. You know. So it's fun. I enjoy what Peter does, and I think that this was one of the. I think this game is where Peter kind of figured out what he wanted for the game, and then just kind of began to iterate from there. So it's good stuff. We're just gonna call the rest of the waves because you know. Oh, there we go. We can now take pot shots too. But yes, we are back to Gemcraft. Just some tower defense. I realized, oh, hey, tower defense, play Path to Nowhere on stream. Yeah, I could. But Path to Nowhere requires focus. It requires a lot of focus, especially if you're going to run the battles at any speed above 1.0. So there's that, I guess. Hmm. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Wizard level 26. Okay. Multiple damage mastery. Oh, and we can get another dual gem mastery? Yes, please. And then we'll pop another ritual. Wait a minute. If ritual at level 1 gives you 25, then that logically means at level 20 it's every 5. Good God, that's insane. Raises the power ratio of amplifiers. Ooh. That could be fun. Shocking, mana gain, wild gem, resonance. Oh, resonance is just going to be huge. Resonance and recharge. Resonance, recharge, and radiance are going to be just absolutely just gigantic upgrades once I once I get my horrible claws into them. Okay, so yeah, we're just gonna be an idiot and do that. Also, armor tearing. Let's go. And we will put another tower right here for later. Let's just call in a couple of extra waves. Oh. Not enough mana. Oh yeah, there we go. We've got damage. And see these giants. These giants, I don't think, are fully aware of what's going to happen to them once they get close to these gems. Oh, there we go. There we go. There we go. Just a little bit, just a few waves. Just a few waves. I'm not gonna get overly greedy like last time. Make mistakes. Okay, yeah, we got one banish off of that, but that's fine. One banish is not going to kill us. Oh wait, there's something that I can do here. Which one is it? Is it this one? Yes. There it is. Going to hit the mana button. Get us some extra mana. Oh no, your armor's going away. Whatever shall you do? Watching their movement patterns change when I put up walls is really nice. Just goes to show you how good this game's pathfinding is. Alright, we need about 2k for the next upgrade. Get through the swarmlings. There we go. Oh. Oh, that armor shred. That armor shred is so nice. Alright, let's call a few extra waves. And grade 5, grade 6. Let's do something really stupid. Let's see, 4k. Oh, it's taking a few hits. These enemies have armor. Oh, come on, yes. Come on, baby, yes. You know, let's call the big wave that I enhanced early. Oh. Come on. Yeah, baby. That's how we do it. That's how we do it. There we go. Got a novice amulet out of that one. Killed 200 giant monsters. We also got that out of that. Nice. Wizard level 27. Hell yes. Let's see, we got 320. So yeah, we got stuff out of that. Okay, let's pop another point into that. Let's just sit at Ritual 5 for now, and up our poison damage for this field. Well, there's a lot of structures here. Alright, so we got a Binding Beacon. Affected monsters do not get mana when killed. Oh, that needs to go. We need a Gem Bomb. Oh, you fucker. Hmm. Oh, it doesn't last forever. Oh. Still, that thing needs to go. Uh-oh. Something's gonna happen. Like a specter's gonna show up or something. Apparition. Oh! There we go. Apparition dead, skill points gained. Oh! Okay, we definitely need a second tower. Ah. Ah. Maybe using that gem bomb on that apparition was not a good idea. Fuck. Okay, yeah, using that gem bomb on that apparition was not a good idea. Noted. Also, we will just use a single color gem on the amp to, decrease cost. Oh. And we'll get rid of this as soon as possible. So we need, what, 64 mana for that? Get rid of that as soon as possible. Okay. Oh, don't have enough for the another tower. Okay, there we go. Alright, alright. We're doing okay, we're doing fine. Alright. I think we could reasonably... Fuck. I didn't mean to do that. Ah, well. We could reasonably take out... Because if we can get more monsters here coming out of this nest, then we can... we can funnel them and take pot shots and loosen the waves up a little bit. Okay. There we go. couple of waves early. Give us some extra resources. Alright. I really should have played Chasing Shadows on stream at one point. That could be cool, that could be fun. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we're doing great. Yeah, just a few waves early. Uh. Oh, that was a mistake. Okay, I should not have changed. I should not have changed priority there. That was really bad on me. You know what? Let's just go pure for this one. Yeah, let's just stay pure for this one. Pure orange. You know, I realize, oh, hey, what do you mean just pure orange? You should have just did it. Yeah, I know. We'll see what happens with it. Also, I won't put a random fucking tower right here. We need to prioritize this gem. But we can't prioritize it too much, because then it'll start killing things and we won't be getting any mana. Yeah, okay. Come on, big boy, you can do it. Okay. Now we can get our big boy. Now we can make this the biggest, strongest boy. Fuck. Now we need poison. Nope, we need poison. Alright. Alright. Alright, we're going to do this without the amp immediately. And we're going to prioritize destroying these things. As soon as I can get a tower. At 180. Okay, alright. And we'll put a second tower down right here immediately. And we'll slot in to the amp. Yes, I think this will work. This will work, at least for a few waves. Just for a few waves, we'll coast like this. There we go. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, this is much more successful. Alright, and the Swarmling Wave is where we're going to be tested. Oh yeah, Swarmling Waves are where the gems are tested. Okay, that's not in range, thank God. I thought, oh man, did I make a fundamental mistake on the strategy where I should have put the second tower here instead of here? But this is fine for now. Yeah, we're doing okay. It's just the tiniest amount of greed. I say as I call 3 waves early. There's some banishment coming. Mana button. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. It's okay. I mean, it's a you know, it's just one of those games where it's fun to play, but it's also a nice watch. Um, the older games, they're pretty obviously, the first attempts. And they have problems, but they're still pretty good. Peter has crafted a lovely dark world for us to play around in and do stuff with. Alright, another Swarmling wave is coming. Maybe destroying all these monster nests was not a good idea. Oops. Oh well. Okay, the Swarmling waves always make me nervous, but we're gonna be greedy and call one early. mana button again. And we'll just call the rest. Fuck it. Alright, here they come. Yeah, I think we got it. Okay. Alright. So, I'm gonna have to switch back to full face cam just so editor me can, know stuff. You know, to make things easier. Okay, so full face cam. Oh, switch scenes. Okay, so we've gotten into the second third, and the earthiness is now starting to take a backseat to kind of this leathery flavor, which, again, pretty basic, so, it's not bad. That spice is still there, and it's still sticking to the back of the throat. But it's not bad. It's still a slow burner, even with my, even with my pace, even with my smoking speed. But it's not bad. I'm enjoying it so far. Is it still worth $12.50? No, no, not at all. But hey, I'm kind of happy that I kept it for so long, so I could smoke it today. There's still so many more fields we have to do. Just look at what I have unlocked compared to the rest of the map. We have so many fields left. Actually, hold on. We might be able to try one of these. Well, I was gonna say we could try one of these challenge fields. I mean, shit, this one's 100 waves beaten. This one's also 100 waves beaten. Okay. All right. Okay. Take all of our poison out. We're gonna put focus at 25. Oh, oh, baby. Oh, look at that. Now that's good. And we're gonna put some armor tearing in these traps just to soften up the monsters as they come. Oh yes. Give me that extra mana. We might get a bunch of it. We might be able to upgrade this gem before we even kill the first monster. Oh, we did. Yes. Yes, baby, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, I love that. I love that. Getting these is going to require some range. Luckily, we have something for that. Gonna need about 1,000 for the next upgrade. Those armor tearing traps. Yes, it is the Apex. Yes, it is. I've been keeping it in the humidor for years, and I thought, well, hey, I'm not gonna pull another one out of the Sereno box. So why don't we smoke this one and do a semi-proper review of it that I can then edit and put on the channel as like a stream clip, you know? Figured why not? Oh, these aren't quite in range. Now it is. Yes, we got all the mana. So yeah, the Apex by Good Cigar. Yep, this is one of the ones we had at the beginning. And it's it's not bad. It's definitely not worth 12.50. Which is how their current pricing model, uh, you know, has them. But it's Oh. Okay, hold on. Might have to, we're gonna have to take a risk here. Come on, baby. Hold. Hold. Damn it. Almost had it. Almost had it. Oh, shouldn't have done that. Oops. Alright, well, we're gonna have to... Yeah, right? I mean, hey, I saw it every time I opened the humidor, especially as of late, so I thought, you know what, let's give it a try. Let's give it another try. Their prices are still kind of outrageous, but, that's, what do you expect out of a, I mean, when one of your bigger competitors is CI, I don't know I don't know, with CI's prices, you can't easily compete. So, you know, Good Cigars are a little bit more on the expensive side. That and they have their own blends, so there's that too. So we've got the Apex today. You know, I mean, if at some point in the future you wanna splurge a little bit to get all three of the Good Cigar blends and give them another try, we can smoke those together. I don't see why not. It's gonna it'll be $75 for all for two of each blend. So something to keep in mind. Also, we did not put the armor tag in these traps this time. Those big boys they're coming. And we're gonna just get a little extra mana here. Sounds acceptable. Well, all right. Also, Aiden, I did mention earlier on stream, we didn't have a Sereno A last year, which means we need two this year. So, that's going to be another thing. And, I'll double check to make sure they still have those, for sale on the website. All right, we're going to need a second tower. All right, we're holding. We're holding. We're holding. We're holding. Oh, we held through the Giants. We talked. Oh, we did. Okay. Well, shit. We talk about so many things that I do tend to forget everything that we speak of at any given time. So yeah, something I'll double check, and we'll be able to get those purchased. Maybe a nice Sereno A to celebrate us moving into the house. Which, considering I have my days off, I will be going over there to do some work myself, just to, see if anything has been done and, to move things along myself. So, I'll be heading over there with a vacuum cleaner and a lawnmower and, doing that. It reminds me, I need to write that down. So I'm just going to let the game run while I write that down. Okay, there we go. Added that to my great big to-do list that I've been, working on. It's, I mean, hey, they made 1,000 of them, and, if we end up smoking, right, we're going to have to find something new, we're gonna have to find a new yearly smoke when the Sereno A's are gone, and it can't be relics because the pack that used to sell those doesn't sell those anymore, and I have 4 left, and every time I think about that, I get depressed. You know. Can I build on these? Oh, I can. That's awesome. You know, maybe we could convince Carson to make some more Cerrito A's for us. We might have to. We're probably gonna have to pay a little bit more out of pocket. Well, I will. I haven't heard anything, but that doesn't mean nothing happened. But we both know how the menace is. So, you know, if nothing else, some work will get done within the next few days. You know, so there's that, I suppose. We got a giant closing in with a pack of armored. I do like the shock being a temporary stun. Boom! Dead. So yeah, either way, you know, regardless of whether or not the menace was over there, we're gonna slot in the armor tearing just to soften things up for us. Oh, there we go, we survived. Let's just speed this up a little bit. There we go. Hit the button again for mana. There we go. Yes. Kill them all. Okay. Okay. Hold on. Grade 6, grade 5. I have a stupid idea. Oh, wait, I did that wrong. Fuck. Ah, well, it's fine. The, you know, the amp will still do its job. Wait. Yeah. I should have just done that. Mana. Ooh, we got another journey amulet from, yeah, that's a dead end, which means we are locked into this one. Okay. Alright. Alright. Oh, wait, that's monster hit. I don't want that. Bloodbound. Yes, baby. Give me that. Give me 8 of the Bloodbound. Oh. Uh. Okay, uh. Okay, Yep, okay, this is gonna be one of those maps. Okay, healer beacons, shield beacons. Okay, we gotta take care of those. Right. If you wanted to play a different tower, like I could probably pull off Kingdom Rush. You're right. You're right. Kingdom Rush could be a fun time since I've kind of gone into playing Flash games on stream. You're right. Yeah, we could play this map. There's a lot of really kind of funky maps. Honestly, these healer beacons aren't really a big deal. It's these shield beacons. Yeah, no, you're right. Kingdom Rush would be a good one to Okay, we gotta keep... No, man, you should have seen the one that was just like a whole bunch of squares. That one took me a minute. Because, you know, as you're aware, I am a moron. Also, this one doesn't even do anything. Why am I wasting time destroying this? Ugh. Whatever. Let's put another tower right here. There we go. Put an amp right here just to... Oh! No! Sparklings! There we go. Okay. We got some giants moving in. We're just gonna do pure red right there. There we go. This gem is just gonna get so powerful. Killing everything. Let's call a few waves early. Alright, so we need to save up 1,000. Wait. There we go. Oh, that healer beacon is gonna do stuff because okay. You know, let's call 2 waves of swarm. Like, fuck it. How many times do I have to teach myself this lesson? I don't know. It's actually... Wait, I shouldn't say it's actually working out that well. I don't have my battle spells like I'm used to in Chasing Shadows. Take a shot. I mentioned it again. Oh, God. I'm gonna take a risk. That paid off. Oh. Okay. Alright, let's put a tower right here. Get rid of this. Okay, cool. Ooh, okay. Alright. Actually, wait, let's put this here so we can take advantage of the amp. Or more monsters. Okay, the levels are getting longer because we're getting more waves. Alright. Oh yeah. There we go. Oh yeah, our kill gem is doing work now. Let's call in the rest of the waves. Ooh, mana. Mana. There we go. There we go. Okay. Phew. Alright, now we just gotta wait for these 2 slow asses to, you know, figure it out. There we go. Easy enough. We did 50 banishments. Ooh. Well, we keep the multiplier on. Oh no. Another map that's just a bunch of squares. No. Oh. Alright, we're not gonna put into Poison Mastery. We're gonna go Dual Gem Mastery. And then we're gonna do some Focus and some Readiness. Oh no. how do we want to do this? Because, wait, no, we can do like cross sections and that'll do something. Big, big. Where do we want them to come in, though? Yeah, you know what? Let's just do a simple strategy. Let's just do a simple strategy. Yeah, let's just keep it simple. Let's just keep it simple. It's a bunch of squares again, which kind of sucks, but you know, we'll keep it simple, keep it easy. Yeah, maintaining 2 gems. Yeah, making them loop around, I'm a little too tired for that. The last few days at work have been kind of challenging, so I'm a little drained. Uh, just, Easter weekend, So, yeah, I'm a little drained. Um, and so, honestly, wait a second. Yeah, we can just do that. That'll create a big loop. Yeah. See, there we go. Yeah, they're looping now. This is going to potentially cause some problems for the swarmling waves, but swarmlings are the true test. Swarmlings are the true test of like your gems, your kill gems like fire rate and stuff. Okay. Alright. Honestly, I could have just done I could have put these two in the middle and then done an amp setup. I really need to lower my building costs because that'll make doing amp setups easier. At least it'll put less of a strain on my resources. Yeah. We can work later. We'll just kind of like look at the to-do list and do that, and then also think about session because we haven't heard session is not happening, so that must mean session is happening. So yeah, yeah, we can look at the to-do list for the year, work on something there to get a little bit closer on that. Okay, things are proceeding apace. Yes. Yes. So we haven't heard a no yet. I know I reread the message and it seems like it was kind of tentative, but it's the day before and we haven't heard a no, so we all show up and then if Mr. DM doesn't show up in a certain amount of time, I guess we can just like dive or something. I don't know. Do some Supreme Commander. I don't know. You and I should play some FA because playing all this Supreme Commander 2, I now have trouble doing early game power, and definitely need to keep those skills sharp. We also need to like lambast the others into playing some FA because it's the better game. Play the better game. You know, yeah, you know what I'm saying. Hmm. We should really play. Yeah. Once I figure out how to get the co-op like campaign maps to load properly, then we can do like some co-op campaign stuff because the developers, the FA developers did make some. They made a Seraphim campaign, and then they've also made some other levels. Also, the original levels from Supreme Commander 1 are in there, but you can play them co-op. So that's pretty cool. We could do that. You know, if you're not wanting to just like go on a random map and fight like that, we could actually do, we could do one of the vanilla campaigns. But once I figured out how to get the Seraphim maps to load properly, oh yeah, we could do that. Play the Seraphim campaign. Be the other bad guys in Supreme Commander, not just the the UEF military industrial complex. Yeah, it could. Yeah, I think it'll be a great time. In the meantime, today, while I've got free time, I will be tending to this list of things I want to get done over the course of the next few days. Because the list has gotten rather long. It's almost taking up my whole sticky note, which is not good. I have neglected things for far too long. So, I'm gonna hit the mana button again. That was a mistake. Ah, shit. I got greedy. I got greedy at the end. Fuck. Alright, we're gonna put the towers in the center so I can do that amp setup like I want to. Alright, hands off. I'm not gonna touch it. Just gonna let it go. There. Just do that. Yeah, some FA, it'll be a grand old time. If the boys want to watch to see what real war looks like, we can show them. FA is one of those. FA is designed, right? So we've talked at length with the boys about different things like with Supreme Commander 2, right? FA, just because of the way it's designed, turrets are actually worthwhile, and the UEF do have every faction has the tier 3 anti-air, which are fantastic. But UEF has tier 3 point defense, which is crazy. It's basically just it's a Gatling gun, But your tier 1 like turret defenses actually do great work against tier 1 units. It takes a lot of tier 1 units to destroy them, presuming that you don't just bypass anti-land defenses with air, But the turrets actually do work, which means that a turtle build utilizing turrets instead of units actually can work, especially if you got a good choke point that enemies have to funnel through. At that point, you just have one guy build air superiority as an air curtain, maybe some gunships, to help the turrets out, and then you just shield up with turrets and stuff. Real classic, real classic stuff. So the traditional turtle build from UEF actually works a lot better in in FA, as opposed to 2, where it's just kind of a waste of time, because units can get pumped out so quickly and so numerously, and turrets don't really do that much because they can't move. Also the bubble shielding is better in FA. It's just a better game. as we keep telling the boys. Honestly, I might play some FA after this. I think yeah, yeah, exactly. The two. Well, see, that's the thing. Okay, that's the thing about Bread Boy is his default strat. Since he's a reactive player. Okay, so he'll react to your strategy. So if somebody's a slower player or a turtle, he'll do the same thing. Although it seems that we've acquainted him with aggression, so he's now got some of that aggression into his strategy, and so a classic turtle build, he could make use of it, but I think he'll be more aggressive, just going forward. Um, uh, as for Eminem, yeah, I think he would love playing Aeon in FA and doing Aeon Turtle, because it works. Every faction has artillery. Every faction has shields, and the turrets are actually worthwhile. He could get away with a turtle build and be fine. You know. And plus, once he discovers the Aeon experimental infinite resource generator, pretty sure he'll just like I'm pretty sure he'll fall in love with the faction all over again, and then be like us, where he just disses, Supreme Commander Two's Aeon for being lobotomized. You know, Bread Boy and I discussed that at one point. He was like, "You're just," he said, he was like, "You just trash Aeon," and I said, "Yeah, because I know what they used to be." Playing FA and the first game, I know what Aeon used to be. They used to be a legitimate, threat, rival, contender, whatever words you want to use, and now they're not in two. They just are not. They get, they get outsped by Cybran. They get out tanked by UEF. Their experimentals are kind of garbage. It has the Mavor. Yeah, the Mavor is the base is the end game piece to any classic UEF turtle build, and if you can get more than one on the field and your enemy isn't able to develop past that, they're just screwed. The Cybran also has the better version of the Cybran in FA in the previous games has the better version of the jackhammer with the mobile six-barreled artillery piece. Yeah, it's kind of slow, but you leave it somewhere in range and it just pops off. The jackhammer's kind of shit because you have to micro it a little bit, and its range leaves a lot to be desired. And the Cybrans did better in the previous games. It's kind of an insult, honestly. Oh yeah, the satellites are cool. The Nomads are a really nice faction. They feel like a good fit to all the others. So yeah, See, FA just there's something for every faction that makes them work. Yeah, the Cybran mobile artillery is better than the jackhammer, which like I said, it's kind of an insult to UEF that in the previous game, Cybran did an experimental mobile artillery piece better. You know, if I was if I was an apologist for the military-industrial complex, I would feel rather ashamed of my faction for being outdone by Cybran in that department. But then again, in two, the Cybran has one building artillery piece, which is actually quite nice. Uh, for what it is. Um, while UEF does have their light and heavy, and they also have the disruptor, which for a long time I didn't see the use of the disruptor, but then actually kind of seeing it in action and what it is compared to the heavy artillery, I've grown a newfound appreciation for it. Yeah, we are just being funneled at this point. We are just being funneled here. Not a really? Okay. Why not? Why are you not a fan of the disruptor station? I mean, I'm not saying I'm a fan, but I am saying I understand it. you know, I'm not saying I'm a fan of the disruptor station, but I see how it is an upgrade over the heavy, being an experimental. But what's what gripes do you have with the disruptor station, if any? Oh, because the way I see it, right, is the disruptor station. So let's compare the disruptor station to the heavy. All right. So the disruptor station, it's a cheaper play. Yeah, well, yes it is. Yes it is. And even so, like I'm pretty sure damage per shot is it's just not even comparable. Um, but the disruptor station, when compared to the heavy artillery in two, obviously, is okay, yeah, okay. The way I see it is the usefulness of the disruptor station is the fact that it is more than one projectile. It's and it's not quite scattershot, but if you watch the projectile's arc, you can see the shots kind of spread out a little bit. Um, I mean, yeah, you can get out heavy artillery faster than you can get out disruptor stations. Um, the uh, the disruptor station strikes me as a weapon to use against a UEF army or even an Aeon army because they don't move as quickly as a Cybran army. So what you can do is you can have, let's just say for the sake of the example, two disruptor stations, right? You then select those two disruptor stations and you manually target them to just bombard a choke point, right? And a cyber, I mean, any army is going to have trouble getting through that. But I think a Cybran army would be able to get through it better on account of their speed. Now you can do that. You can bypass this with Illuminate with the Aeon's teleport and the afterburners on UEF. You know, but at that point, the question of is it better to just use air to deal with this thing that's harboring ill intentions towards a choke point, and that becomes the question. Um, so it's one of those things where you kind of just like make a decision based on the map. Also, you can just do some fat cock shit with you know with with the heavy with artillery in general and UEF. Oh, what the fuck is this map? Oh my god. All right, we're gonna go pure red. Big target. Well, yeah. Okay. All right, hold on. I gotta sit here. I gotta think a little bit. Uh, oh, you can't put it on those first squares. Yeah, if the stun was always active, but you do have to micro it. Hold on. Yeah, this map is fucking horrendous. Oh my god. Okay, so then now they're all gonna come through here. Uh, oh gosh, I don't feel good about this. Also, pure red. Oh, that might have been a mistake. Ooh, because I'm not getting my dual gem bonuses. You know what? We're just gonna pop this in here to help. And then we'll combine just a little bit later. What are these? These are speed beacons. Shit. Okay. Okay, alright. Oh god. Yeah, no, I just took a look at this map and went, what? Oh, well, I think I did okay with the tower placement and everything. Let's just do that just to make my life a little easier. Okay, so we need to get rid of these two speed beacons, ideally. Also, you know, I'm just gonna... Oh, we can do like a pretty fat amp setup with this. Alright, I'm just gonna take my hands off. That's a nice purple color. Oh, that's gonna fucking buff the shit out of Swarmlings, isn't it? Oh, hell. Yeah, we need to get rid of that. We need to get rid of that, and we need to get rid of that soon. Yeah, permanent stackable speed bonus? Yeah, fucking eat my ass. Come on. See, Wiper Beacon isn't going to do anything for them. This Speed Beacon is useless now. Okay. It's a really nice purple color. Okay, there we go. Alright. There we go. We got 2 grade 5s. This'll do for now. Yeah, this is a... Fuck, this awful map. $2K to the next upgrade. Oh. I think once they get used to it, because it's without research, you're only managing 2 resources, which is less you have to think about. And tier ups, are pretty much permanent. You get the engineering arm in your ACU, and that's functionally a tier up for basically everything. I mean, yeah, you got to take the time to upgrade your factories, but when you upgrade your factories, you have a choice: either use the enhanced production value of the factory to just crank out the previous tier faster, or just advance to or advance a tier. If you notice your enemy is still locked at tier 1 and you've hit tier 2, you can overwhelm them by hitting them with a bunch of, additional tier 1 units. There's a depth to FA that doesn't really exist in 2, And, yeah. Okay, now that I've actually looked at this map a little bit, I think I see what Peter wanted us to do. I think I see what Peter wanted. I think Peter wanted this. Yeah, I think this is about what we were supposed to do. I am but a learner, Peter. But I think the boys would like the additional tiers of units. Man, if only we had armor tearing, we could just use all these towers as softeners. Oh, big boy's getting close. There we go. big boy. Yeah, I mean, shit. You could do the same thing with a tier two army. Just shred them up. The differences between the tiers are like night and day. It takes a lot of tier one units to defeat a single tier two, which is really nice. It's real nice to just watch one tier two tank just demolish a swarm of like 20 tier ones. I mean, yeah, it'll probably die in the process, but you know that's a valiant soldier. And on the off chance it does survive, it's got a lot of veterancy, which damage, health, regeneration, good shit. Was this gem gonna kill some big boys? Oh, it did. There we go. Killed both of them. We'll just advance things a little bit faster here. We'll upgrade the T7 on here, and at the cost of our other T6. It's fine. Grade 6, whatever. Talking about tiers and Supreme Commander, so now everything's a tier. Yeah. That's how you do it. Hey, we've got 2 maps again. Let's see, G13 is the first one. Anyway. Alright, we'll take everything out of Bloodbound Mastery. I'm gonna up that by 1. Just a little. Just a smidge. Yes. Grades T, yeah, it's all the same. It's fine. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Oh. Oh yeah, this is an interesting one. Oh. Oops. Okay. Ah, fuck. There's me being used to chasing shadows again. Take a shot, I said it. There we go, come on. The boys think they've seen Cyber and Rush. Wait until, like, every faction is capable of that. They're not ready. Yeah, it seems Peter's taken some liberties here. Yeah, so we got 3 lanes that we can reduce to 2 via destroying this monster nest. Hit the mana button a little early, I think. Okay. I think we'll keep it on 3 lanes, though. Oh, swarm lanes! Fuck. Okay. So maybe don't spend mana on the mana gems in the traps and just go for raw power here. Yeah, maybe. Because, ooh, that didn't feel good. Yeah, we got that first swarmling wave at wave 7. We gotta get like 500 mana to upgrade to a T4. You could. probably shouldn't have hit the mana button. That was probably what stopped me. Okay. There we go. Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. Yes, I think this will do better. This will be better for funneling. That was definitely the right call. Yeah, funnel doing a better funnel was definitely the right call. Oh, and we got more swarmlings coming! Yay, my favorite. Ah, well, we got mana building up, so it's fine, hopefully. Oh, alright, I clenched up for that one. This is a small map where, you know, death or glory. Woo! Okay. That, yeah, that made me nervous. Okay, alright, we're fine. It's okay, we're fine. I haven't been smoking. I'm just playing the game. I haven't been smoking. Oh. Okay. Alright. Alright, yeah. We don't have another swarmling wave for a little bit, so we can just build mana. Ugh. We can use this slower map as a nice repose. Yeah. Yeah, we're smoking. Ooh. Alright, it's going good. It's going great. Oh yeah, we're doing okay. We're doing good. We're just gonna hit the mana button twice. More mana per kill. Yes. Swarmlings! You know, it's amazing that you can have so many, like, like, monsters on screen with individual health and all this, and the gem calculations and all that. And this game runs on Flash and doesn't really lag unless you're going, like, absolutely just ham on some of the endurance levels. You know, it's really nice. Like, whatever, like, you know, coding magic Peter did to make it works so good. It even works on, you know, the other games. I don't know how he did it. Maybe he's a genius. Maybe Peter's just like a coding genius. You know, things are heavily optimized. Really heavily optimized because he wants the experience to be delivered. You know, or maybe there's just lag that I'm not seeing. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, because this game was on Armor Games, and it still ran, you know, it still ran as good as it does, you know, now on, you know, on this system, you know, again on Flash, just fantastic. You know, maybe Peter's a genius. Or, you know, or maybe he took some inspiration from Terry Davis and just fucking optimized the shit out of this. You know, so it just runs perfectly. You know, we are a wizard fighting demons, so you know that would be in line with. That would be in line with, somewhat in line with, you know, Mr. Davis. Rip. Okay. Hmm. Oh yeah, one grade 7. I kind of want to watch a speed run of this game. You know, I do occasionally, you know, dabble in watching speed runs because normally I don't like watching gameplay. You know, I've kind of softened to that over the years, but you know, which is evidenced by me watching speed runs. Um, but I think a speed run of this game would be just something to see. You know, ooh, ooh, ooh. Yeah, we're getting into the big boy levels now. Boom. And poison, chain hit. Ooh, chain hit. Give me chain hit. You know, fuck it. We'll throw a point into poison. Oh. Oh no. Hmm. It was just, you know, in the past I just didn't like watching people play games. You know, it just got on my nerves. Um, hell, how are we gonna do this? Okay, we're gonna work with this. Oh. And we're going to hope that this is enough. There we go. Yeah, a speed run of Gemcraft Labyrinth. I want to see the, you know, I mean, obviously when you search something on YouTube, you can see how long it takes before you actually watch the video. And I think just seeing that in and of itself would be crazy. I think that would be an insane thing to see first, and then going in and seeing, okay, how did you know, motherfucker, you know, 83 speed run this game in this much time? You know, because there's, you know, 13 times 13 fields total. Obviously, you don't need to go through all of them in order to beat the game. Shit, you can't. I don't. It's a lot. I think it's a little bit. I think it's a little bit before you can even access the corners. You know, so obviously you don't need to hit every single field, but just the route I think would be another cool thing. You know, just oof. Yeah, I think maybe instead of playing a little Supreme Commander, I might look up some speedruns of Gemcraft Labyrinth. You know, have a little snack and you know, time to man up. Claim the world record in Gemcraft Labyrinth. Fuck. Yeah, I would have to do a lot of studying of, you know, what the current world record is, their route, how it all works. You know, it would take so much practice too. Obviously, you know, spawning more monsters would probably not be ideal, but at the same time, it would be for the experience. I just don't know. Yeah, like that would be part of, you know, the studying is, you know, what is, you know, how you know, what strats are, you know, optimal here? Is it optimal to spawn more monsters? Is it optimal to not? You know, there's probably an element of choice in there somewhere where it's, you know, yes, sometimes it is good to spawn more. You know, obviously, I think you know, during a lot of my attempts, the my downfall would be just greed. I'd get so greedy just pushing these buttons to spawn waves earlier that it would just tank so many runs. Also, we've got two swarmling waves right next to each other. It would also take a shit ton of work. You're right. Yeah, we need to upgrade. We need to upgrade this because I mean we have chain hit, which is great for anti-swarmling combat. But ooh, 2 waves of swarmlings, one right after another, makes me nervous. And again, that mastery is doing some work here. Ooh. Just gonna extend our little maze there. Alright, we're gonna be a little greedy here. Talking about speed running is maybe want to speed things up a little bit. Mana button. You know, just the intense level of focus that would also require. Not that I have any problems with that. You know, given that I am one of the few people my age who doesn't have ADHD. Yeah, I'm also one of the few people my age who hasn't completely destroyed himself with, like, drugs. There we go. So, it would definitely help learn the lesson about greed. But I don't know. You know, I mean, yeah, speedrunning can be fun, but there are also some people who just, you know, in the process of going after world record, I think some of them just come to hate the game that they're speedrunning. And just do it just because that's kind of the thing they've, you know, kind of allowed themselves. Well, they're getting in. Those poison gems are doing work. Yeah, the poison was definitely doing some work there. I saw that. Mana button. Yeah, see, because I can, yeah. Now that I've got both hands on the keyboard, I can, you know, more actively manage things, you know, upgrades and whatnot, and can call waves earlier without being punished terribly for it. I mean, it happens. You know, you think, oh, I love this game, and then you start thinking, oh, speedrunning, and then... Oh, yep. Oh, there we go. There we go. Yeah. We did it. Oh. Oh, what is that? Oh, what is that map? Look at that. Oh, I just want to go in and look at it. I don't want to actually... Oh. Yeah. Oh, do you see this? Oh, Peter, what is this? Oh, Peter. Oh, Peter, what is this? Okay, you know what? I said I wasn't gonna play the map. We're gonna play the map. Okay, so okay. Okay, hold on. So, hold on. Okay, so if we want to go up and then down. So, and then up and then down and then towers. Um. Yeah, we're gonna have to put more walls in as we go. Because if this is up, then this is the down route. Okay, put a wall here. Okay, and then this is down, which makes this up. Which makes that down. Yes. I think I figured it out. Yeah, I think I got it. I think... Oh, wait, we didn't do any of this. Okay, hold on. Up, and then down, and then... yes, okay, cool, 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 cool. Okay, alright, cool, cool, cool. We got it, we got it. We got it figured out. Yeah, and then we just put a couple of traps down for mana leeching, because every monster is going to touch it with those 2 squares. Okay. Alright. Oh, a specter. Apparition. Whatever. Specters are something different. I gotta kill that thing. Oh, swarmlings on this map are gonna tear my ass open. I didn't put any multipliers on this either, so it's a quick 20 waves. Okay, alright. We're doing okay. Oh yeah, look, 2 swarmling waves. That's great. Oh, PETA. What is this? PETA. I should have put the towers right here so they could deal with this lane. Score some extra hits. Yeah, when a giant wave spawns, we're seriously, swarmlings or giants, we're gonna have trouble here. The multi-damage gems are going to be helpful for dealing with the giants, but swarmlings, that's not going to help us out at all. I mean, we have a decent delay on this, so that's good. The swarmlings are coming, though. We gotta upgrade this one. We had to do an upgrade right there. Otherwise, we weren't going to survive the next wave of swarmlings that's here now. Upgrade, 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 upgrade. Okay. Also, those giants are coming. Those giants are closing in. Oh, we're taking some banishment hits. Oh. We survived. Okay. This one's gonna be close. I was worried about nothing. Oh. Oh. Yeah, no, we survived until the end, but that was with no multipliers, and, you know, that kind of sucks. Ugh, PETA, what the fuck? Oh, we did it. Ugh. Crafting pylon. Aha! Wait a minute, the other one's right here. Oh, oh. Oh. Oh, 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 oh. Oof. That one made me sweat a little bit. Yeah, that one made me a little nervous. My cigar is going out again because, you know, questionable maps make me not smoke. And it's alright. Each map is a puzzle. Alright, time to peel this band off because the burn is getting rather close. Okay. Made me sweat a little bit. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, okay. So we have another crafting pylon. And then the next one, hold on. 2, 3, 2. So I think it'll be right here. Right here. J3 and D3. We got a little bit to go to get there, though, because we gotta go here and then. I don't own Frostborn Wrath, so I have to buy it first. But yeah, I do fully intend to play Frostborn Wrath just because I'm curious about the story. Chasing Shadows. Take a shot. I said it. Uh, kind of, gave us a rather grim end, and Frostborn Wrath is obviously the next chapter. So I'm curious. What what happened? What happened? What happens? But yeah, I did. If I ever remember to buy Frostborn Wrath, then I will play Frostborn Wrath. It'll be one of those things where I just sit down, I just play it. I will play the hell out of it. Okay. All right. So we have a crafting pylon. We can't adjust the number of waves in a crafting pylon level. Also, I got the armor tearing oh wait, armor tearing mastery. Oh, that's gonna be huge. Bloodbound mastery is also huge. Actually, let's put a point in forge. Okay. Okay, what do we want here? What do we want here? We want Bloodbound and we want Armor Tear. I think that's just gonna be our best bet. And go. Alright. Alright. We're gonna have ourselves a moment here, because yeah, this one's at 15. This one's 15K. So, well, it's a story map, so it's gotta have a certain structure to it. Um, so that way, yeah. Basically, we have an infinite number of waves that will be coming at us. Also, I see those swarmling waves. That's 1, 2, 3, 4 swarmling waves, a small break, and then a fifth one. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. Alright. Yep, we gotta... Honestly, I'm thinking about putting down some poison traps. Just to help mitigate the swarmlings. Oh. Oh, God. Swarmlings are coming. Little break. That preparedness has probably saved me so many times. Little break. That poison gem is providing those little breaks there. Godsend. Absolute godsend. We're almost 10% on the way there, though. Okay. Gonna put another tower right there. Okay. Okay. Alright, this... Oh no, something's coming. Something's coming. I don't know what, something's coming. My gems are working hard. We're gonna need 1,000 for the next one. Something's coming. The darkness around the edge of the map, something is coming. been a minute since we've had a bit of a story beat, so we got one coming. Oh, she enhanced several waves. Oh, God. Okay. Only 2 of them are swarmling waves. Okay. Oh, God. Yeah, she fucked with our shit. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. What did she do? Oh. 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 26 extra swarmlings. Fuck me. Okay. Alright, we're almost a third of the way there. We're gonna need more poison damage. We're definitely gonna need more poison damage. Mana button. Let's see how fast these things can fire. Okay, swarmlings. It's not a big deal. 49 hit points. We're holding, though. We're holding well. You know, swarmlings just, you know, swarmlings are from a, you know, were the old thing that stopped me back when I was younger. And so I have kind of a nervousness about them. Also, they are much more difficult to deal with in Chasing Shadows. Take a shot, I said it. Alright, we're about halfway there. Yeah, halfway there before, you know, about wave, you know, we're about halfway there at about wave 30. And these gems are only going to fire faster and charge that thing up faster. But you might be right about the traps. Yeah, we got two grade 3 poison gems doing God's work for us. Thank you, poison gem. But she hasn't popped up again. And hopefully she'll stay not popped up again. But we can do a third trap with another grade 3 poison gem. Alright, we're 2/3 of the way there. Okay. 3 6s. Alright, now this isn't nearly as bad as Chasing Shadows Take a Shot, because Chasing Shadows Take a Shot has time limits, which, you know, I can kind of stall this out. You know, can't do that in the other game. Yeah, nearly everything that's coming through is getting poisoned, so it's coming at me with reduced health, which is really nice, really good. Come on. Come on. I just need a few waves without swarmlings. Oh. And come on. And it's over. Second crafting pylon. Done. Woo! Is she gonna fuck with us? Nope, I thought she was gonna fuck with us again. Alright. Trying to give you liver poisoning. I think there we go. We have a page. I'll read it. This resonance must have been from an elder one. The same one I met before, as in on the first crafting pylon level. It surely doesn't want me to go on, but that's why I must do so. It can't just be a mere accident that this whole labyrinth appeared before me just after the monsters ruined the town. All this is not just a simple wizard test, is it? Oh man, if only the protagonist of this game knew. If only he knew. But, that's they're here, nor there. Back. So we're gonna pull. We're gonna put it into multiple damage mastery. And you know what? Readiness level 9. Readiness level 9. What is this? Okay. Well, it's the way things go down in the second game. It's not a lack of intelligence. It's more urgency prevailing over common sense. No, maybe not common sense, but it's more urgency prevailing over sense. Um, you know, which, yeah. In the second game, shit hits the fan real fucking hard. Um, oh, that doesn't one hit. That doesn't one hit everything. Oh, and it's even with the multiple damage on it. Oh, that's not good. Okay, there we go. Besides, this guy, the protagonist of this game, is only an apprentice. So, it stands to reason that he would not be, he would not be fully ready for the horrors that, he's being forced to contend with. Yeah, right. Well, again, I'm fairly certain, if I remember correctly, that the protagonist of this game is like a kid, like a teenager, basically. So, again, he was not adequately prepared for the horrors that he would have to face up against. Um, because the Forgotten is, well, ancient, first of all, and, a being of seemingly limitless power, who is, limitless power and intelligence. She can also just spawn an unlimited number of these creatures. So, there's that too. She's a lot like Horus, except she doesn't need to make deals with people to accomplish her ends. These creatures are enough for her. But I won't spoil too much. At least not on stream. We can talk about it, between you and me, the story that this game tells. But I won't spoil it on stream. Because, whew, Peter, say what you will about Peter's writing skills. It's a simple narrative, but it is compelling. I find it to be, at least. But yeah, the world that this is set in is grim, and it was rendered such by the hands of man. Demons exist. That's real. But and that's I guess that's grim enough as it is. But an additional layer of horror has been placed upon it by the actions of man. And so, yeah, we gotta deal with that. I'm not even fully. I don't even like. It's not even really been fully explained how, like, the amount of separation between the realm of demons and the actual like base world is. And so that's kind of scary to think about. Like, oh yeah, no, it's horrifying. mana button ×2. Yeah, we got 2 Swarmling waves coming in. Hold on, I gotta do some prep. There we go. Yeah, 2 Swarmling waves, I gotta prep for that. 50% chance to deal 2 times damage. Amazing. Oh. Oh, there we go. There we go. The line held. The line held. 2 Swarmling waves. The line held. Ugh. Okay. Alright. Alright. We're okay. It's okay. We're doing okay. You know, I soothe my own anxiety. This is not nearly as bad as, you know, future titles. You know, give you, I'm not saying it, so that way, give you some time to process if you've been taking shots every time I've said to. VOD watchers beware. Don't watch this sped up. Whew. I kind of miss, like, pool-bound gems from the next game, just because I would have more incentive to push the mana button more. But then again, in the next game, you don't have to. The mana pool just automatically upgrades when you hit certain thresholds. Which is something that I made. It's a mistake in this game I made once. In this playthrough. You can see it on the last VOD, where I, hit cap, and then you can't get any more mana, you have to push the button. So I've been staying on top of that, and then when I played, when I play the next game later, I, well, I mean, yeah, it kind of depends on what you're drinking. But yeah, I think, some people might be a little slammed. This is what we have all this mana for. Why did we do the upgrade? Those are big ass swarmlings too. Holy shit. Shit. Alright. We're gonna do better. We're going to do better. Well, yeah, I imagine whiskey for shots. That's just... Yeah, that's just the, most classic example. Okay, now we have to go through all of this. Also, luckily I'm not just, like, spamming out the name of the next game. Otherwise... Why did I do that? What the fuck is wrong with me? Also, now that I notice, this is a fucking 3x3. This could be a giant fucking amp. God, I'm an idiot. Alright, well, my idiocy aside, we continue. Honestly, I could start doing an amp setup right here, and that could be a lot of fun since all the monsters will go around here. Yeah, a lot of questionable decisions that were made here because I thought, oh, bleh, bleh, bleh. No, it's not how that works. Ugh. You can tell I'm a little bit tired. Alright, I'm gonna upgrade the grade 4 first. Because because that one's doing its job of softening and killing some of the... Yeah. Come on. There we go, baby. There we go. Okay. There we go. We're going to switch this one to fewest hit points, so that way when the swarmlings come, it'll target them, leaving the grade 5 to deal with the other threats. Okay. Alright. Alright, we're gonna start the amp setup. Okay. Yeah, this is gonna get crazy expensive. Alright. 2 waves. I haven't heard anything. The latest announcement concerning Gemcraft is Peter is going to release all of the classic games, which includes everything before Chapter 2, on Steam, which, I said, oh yeah, I'm not really the kind of person to, buy into, like, remakes and stuff. However, he did say that there was going to be a lot of, like, QOL, to, accommodate, modern hardware and stuff, so I imagine that means that a game like Labyrinth, like this one, is going to receive some of the things that the next game received. Hopefully 3 times speed is one of those things, because that would be cash money. But I don't know what he's gonna do in terms of the next, what the next game's gonna look like, and I can't speculate. I mean, I don't know when he's gonna make it, but I also have no idea what the story's gonna be like. Probably because I haven't played Frostborn Wrath. So there's that. Alright. Oh, we can do some more amp. This one grade 4 is just carrying. See if we can finish the amp setup. Well, nope. Oh no, did I make a mistake? Did I make the same mistake again? At the end, I made the mistake again. Oh. Kill me. Alright, here we go. We're doing it again. Looks like I'm not gonna play like a fucking moron this time. Say that. Say that. Oh, can't believe that. Can't believe that shit. Can't get out of here. Fuck. Uh. Oh, I got way too greedy. We're just gonna use this as a softener for now. I do it every time. Yep. You know, you want to watch a man not learn a lesson? Watch me play Gemcraft Labyrinth. Ah. Alright. Alright. We're not going to invest so heavily in the amp. But then again, we have a lot more mana because I didn't waste it on a bunch of walls I didn't need. Although facilitating enough of a break in here to actually... If I put an amp on this corner... Get this to grade 4 before we get the next amplifier, because yeah, these amplifiers are getting expansive. Okay. Alright. Alright. Grade 1 gem is actually, you know, doing some work here. Okay, well, we can't select highest armor. Guess that's something for the next game. Doing a little banishment here and there. Okay. Honestly, we could probably stand to upgrade this one in the center here of the amp rig to Alright. Alright, things are going. Things are fine. It's a cheap upgrade, so we might as well grab it. Okay, there we go. Grade 6. That should hold relatively well. Oh, we filled like 100 mana with that one. I did not enjoy that. Cheap upgrade. Honestly, we could. Hmm? Can't adjust the range either. That's what really isn't necessary in this game now that I think about it. I'm fully, like, seated upward. Ah, okay, the amp setup is a bad idea. Alright, the amp setup's a bad idea. Wait, why don't we just do one gem? Alright, hold on. Hold on. Oh, shit. Alright. Do it right, moron. Alright. We're gonna do the amp setup like this. With one gem. We're gonna do the amp setup like this. And it's gonna be fat. It's gonna be awesome. At least I hope it will be. Also, alright. Okay, there we go. Alright. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. You know, actually, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go use the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Woo, woo. Get a little. It's also getting a little warm. Woo. Okay. Earbuds. Yeah. All right. Where's the button? Okay. And we're back. Alright, I will reignite this after we beat this level. I need to concentrate. Okay. Alright. Alright. Alright, we'll do the next amp when the cost of an amp is less than half of our next gem upgrade. Because we need our only firing gem to be strong. Alright, let's... Okay. Alright. First swarmling wave is coming. First swarmling wave is coming, so we're going to have to deal with that. "55 swarmlings." There we go. Okay. Alright. Oh god. Okay. We're holding. We are holding. Oh, there are two swarmling waves right next to each other. Isn't that great? Does that fill you with as much joy as that fills me with? 4K, 1K, okay. Alright. So we did a grade 6 with 3 amplifiers. Oh, yeah. Alright, we gotta hold for the swarmlings. Okay, alright. It's working. It's working. Alright. Next amp. Oh wow, the next amp is actually not that expensive. Okay. As tempting as it is, just hit the button and go. This is not something we want to do. We've almost completed the amp setup too. 2 more. Well, we'll see. You know, I've learned it for now. One more amp and it's complete. Oh, 2K. And we've got 64 swarmlings incoming. Almost died there. Okay, there's 14 monsters left. Pretty sure this big, fat amplifier setup can take care of them. Oh! Oh, we did it. Oh, we did it. Okay. Oh. We did it. Okay. Okay. Oh. There's two tutorials. Oh. It's the stats page. Oh. Bunch of this stuff. Jam bombs thrown. 1. Honestly, I could go back in and to these other levels that have these, low multipliers and go farm XP, but that's end game type shit. I'm not really struggling too much. Not struggling too much just yet. But that's something that you do in this game. It's something that you do in all of them, I think, if I remember right. Anyway, let's reignite the cigar. We're not, we're not focusing too heavily. Okay. Oh. Sweat a little bit. Ooh, okay. Okay. So, okay. I am gonna have to switch back to full face cam to do the final part of the, cigar here, since we've gotten into the final third, but I need to burn through the char first. Got little ash specks everywhere. Ugh. Yeah, that was something. That was intense. That was intense. Ugh. Ugh. Ooh, alright. We're gonna jump to full face cam. Okay, so we're in the final third of the cigar here, and it's kind of it's winding down, but we've got a kind of the spice has returned, definitely. Um, but it's accompanied by a woodiness to it. Um, so so yeah, we're experiencing kind of a spicy woodiness. You know what? Actually, yeah, we've got a spicy woodiness. So it's not a bad cigar per se. At least this one wasn't. Um, but definitely not worth 12.50. For one, certainly. But definitely something I could see myself, paying a little bit for, if it were cheaper. If it were cheaper. But yeah, there we go. That's the review. If you want like a numerical score, let's see. All the burn issues were caused by me, so not really anything to complain about there. Flavors are pretty basic. It is smooth. It is smooth, and the flavors are pretty potent. So honestly, hmm, it's not a perfect cigar, and it is not worth the price that they are asking. That and just with, the others that I've smoked in the past in consideration, kind of just thinking about them. I think, if we give it 10 points at the start and then subtract for everything, -1 for price, and -1 because quality is kind of inconsistent. This one's been good. This one's been good. The issues have been on my end with not keeping pace, and light up was a little bit botched on my end. That's me. But it's got a nice even burn. It's got a slow burn, and it's got strong flavor. So that only -2. So that leaves it an 8 out of 10. So that's pretty good. All right. So here's what we're gonna do. All right. I've talked about it enough, and we're going to do it. We're going to play Gemcraft Chapter 2, Chasing Shadows. And we're going to switch over to that. Just to show you the difference. Just to show you how different the game is. As soon as I can get the Streamlabs to work. Welcome to Gemcraft 2, Chasing Shadows. Alright. We're going to go on my Iron Wizard profile, because this one is basically done and over with, and I need to make some Iron Wizard progress. Yes. Alright. Okay, so... Right. I'm going to show you that, me being greedy in Labyrinth is just a thing that kind of, held over from playing this game. Alright. Critical hit. Fucking suppression. Get that shit out of my face. Right. Also ×3 speed! I think that was a bad idea. Also, I should have used that upgrade a little bit later. There we go. See, I can run with this game like a crackhead. And it just go. Oh, we can do. Oh god, I missed that. Missed being able to do that. Click, click, slotted. Ah, it's so nice. Yeah, okay. I played that like an idiot. We're gonna do better. We can do better. We can do better. How do we do better? Start with a grade 3. We slot in some poison. Maybe not. Okay, maybe I was doing better with the dual typing. Iron Wizard is hard. It's supposed to be. Thank you, PETA. Wait. Hold on. Actually, let's divert. There. We can make use of 3 poison gems. We really were doing better with the dual typing. Alright, fine. We'll do dual typing. We'll do dual typing on the jets. Okay. We'll do poison critical hit. Yeah, I think that just does more damage. Okay, fine. A different map. Alright, Wizard Tower. Okay. Alright. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Shit. This one's gonna be rough. Okay. Alright, so we need a tower here. This is gonna be a longer way around, so we need that. Okay, we want... Okay. We're gonna want chain hit slow. Hit the right button. Why am I so stupid? What the fuck? Oh, it's because it's taking him over the speed and shield, you moron. Alright, we're just gonna let him come from 2 directions. I don't care. Okay, there's one down there. Fine. Sleep might be worth a second gem. There we go. No, 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 no. Come on, we did. Oh, we did it too. Okay, so don't waste mana on the second gen. Don't waste mana on the second gen. Got it. Chain hit. Let's do chain hit armor tear instead of chain hit slow. Alright, you know what? Actually, hold on. Let's go adjust skill points. This game's harder. This game's harder. Let's just put 2 into mana. And then try again. Chain hit, armor tear. Oh, a little bit too slow. You know what? We might just have to go pure. Pure might be easier. Oh, we got a lot of mana left over. Huh. It's almost like pure was the right call. Speed. Yeah. Alright, there we go. Yeah, Iron Wizard. Iron Wizard is a tough one. We got an Orblet. We got an Orblet, and we got some more hexes to bang my head up against. Okay. Alright. 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 Chain hit critical damage. Oh, the instant upgrade. The instant slot is so good. Having combat spells is a really nice thing. 11,000 for the next upgrade. Oh boy. Well, 3 times speed. That's why I'm so used to, that's why I'm so greedy in Labyrinth, because I'm used to the speed of this game. Also, we're at grade 8. Ooh! 23,000 for an upgrade. It's so good to watch the gems work. Boom! That's how you do it. Alright, leeching hit and poison. Fuck, I lost my orblets. Unnecessary casualty, I guess. There we go. It's like 5.7k. Man, kill a giant with one shot. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We're cruising. What is that? That's a cleansing beacon. Fuck. There we go, got rid of that. Boom. 3 field tokens out of that one. Yeah, this game is much faster. This game is much, much faster. This is the trap one. This is the one where you do traps. That's a lot of swarmlings. Take this one a little bit slower. Whoa. All right. Yeah, there's no room to build towers on that one, so you got to build traps. I remember that map from from doing the campaign originally. Tome chamber. Yeah, that's the trap level. It's the level where you do traps. Frozen giants. Okay. All right. Chain hit mana leeching. Fuck. Okay. Chamber's open. 22K. Shit. I thought I could break that. No. We did get a new skill, though. Mana leeching. Okay. Let's see. 25, 38. 27, 32, and then get another tome chamber. Get another skill. Kill frozen monsters. Easy enough. Okay, we got a lot to work with here. Let's go critical hit armor tear. Kill a bunch of frozen monsters. frozen monsters. There we go. And we got the skill tome out of it. Oh. Oh, we got true colors. That's pure. That's pure. To pure gems. Yes, true colors. So, investing into that skill, kind of wants you to get into, um, wants you to get into, wants you to get into like using pure gems, which I think we can do. Also, yeah, these levels are so fast, and I can just get right back into them. And things going on again. I think this will be the last match I spend on it. Okay, let's do this one. Oh, oh, ah, yes, 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 yes. Ah, oh, yes. We got some insane shit going on. It gave us the amp setup. Ah, that was good. That was satisfying. That was satisfying. 78 HP, Jesus. Let's see, 34, 48, 46. Alright, where's that 34? Go right here. Oh, okay. Let's Oops. And go. Oh yeah, I've gotten back into the groove of it. Let's see. Ah, static beacons. Yes. We can't do a fat amp setup right here because I don't have the amplifier skill book. But we got 4, and that's good enough for me. Oh yeah. Let's see, 5.7K. I mean, 4 is working. Like you can see I can get away with calling waves early even on Iron Wizard. And it's fine. Boom. Easy shit. Oh yeah. We're doing work with this. Alright, Scar's dead. This will be the last level, and then, I will, adjourn. Ah. That gem was too weak. Yeah, that gem was too weak. Okay, alright. 7. $11K. $6K for a grade 10. Boom. That's how we do it. Oh, shit, it is almost noon. I didn't realize. Well, I guess I'm just getting a nap in today. Unfortunate. Alright. No, I said that was the last level. This is the last level. This is the last level. We're gonna go pure crit. Why are we not strong enough? Why are we not strong? 47. Let's do that. Okay, we need at least 47 damage in order to deal with the monsters. 64? That's not ideal, but... Fuck, I upgraded too soon. We'll beat this one. Yeah, okay, we're gonna have to restart that one. That was a sloppy start. Excellent, took the gem out of the tower. 23K. There it is. Alright, that was the last level. We got the armor tearing skill tone. Yes. Okay, that was the last one. It's the last one. Okay. Wait a minute, plus 10% damage on duels? Ooh, we can now use dual gems. Yeah, baby. Alright. We'll just, we'll leave it there. I'm gonna go to the main menu. I'm gonna close the game. I'm gonna go back to full face cam. Oh, yeah, it's gonna be awesome. That's gonna be awesome. But yeah, Gemcraft. I love Gemcraft so much. Thank you, Peter. But yeah, the Legacy Collection is, oh my God, stop. Legacy Collection is set to release in 2026 at some point. I imagine it shouldn't take too terribly much, considering how most of these games are, old Flash games, but that's just me. But yeah, so we're gonna get, all right, so according to what the Steam page says, the original Gemcraft experience, faithfully preserved for PC. Um, each game is going to run at 1080p with enhanced audio and full Steam support, which will include achievements and, of course, the cloud saves. It's not actually a redesign or remake. It's just, basically a re-release with the minimum number of actual, improvements. So hey, it's gonna be like 3 or 4 games in one. So I am not the type of person to buy remakes, but the Gemcraft Legacy Collection, that is definitely something that I will be doing. Because, yeah, I'm gonna have to start over in Labyrinth, but I mean, come on, I've started over in Labyrinth enough times that it's fine. Anyway, thank you all for, sitting with me, listening to my ramblings, and of course, coming along for the ride during stream. I'll see you all later.